All right, we're live with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Got some friends with me because they wanted me to play it. It was highly requested for some reason, which I don't know why, but guess we'll find out. Make sure we got the right time here, 8:01 p.m. All right, going in. Hang on, hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Do I have a favorite time? Closing time? Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if that's not the correct time, you've earned it. Oh. All right, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Well, that was a pretty cool game. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. See you in the next video. I'm just gonna assume we're good with all the settings here. Interact additional. That's interesting.
What, Pika? I guess. That's what I'm doing.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
It is on
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
This is this is like a mix of single and Office Space.
No commentary single?
Sorry, I was trying to figure out something there.
Sensitivity's a bit high.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's like I'm Milton, and they just moved me to a floor that's not occupied anymore.
Where's my stapler?
I didn't receive a paycheck.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So I'm assuming the first ending is if I follow the instructions. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Why don't you just play it and find out, man?
All right, I guess that's what I'll do.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I assume I wasn't supposed to do that, judging by your oh no.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Maybe we're gonna get another ending.
Oh, nice upstairs. I actually thought that was the bagel bites. Pizza in the morning, pizza in the evening, pizza at supper time.
I don't think I've seen that one
When
before.
pizza's on a bagel, you can eat pizza anytime.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Kind of looks like Chad's office.
This reminds me of the the Raven.
I was literally getting ready to say it looks like you found Chad's office.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly
Amazing.
opened passageway.
So this is like the Truman Show.
Maybe.
Is there a floor there? It's so dark.
Go more into it.
It doesn't look like there's a floor there. I guess there is.
Why would it be not be? Why would it be a button?
It looked like it was
Descending
drop.
deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a
What's up,
stirring
Angel?
of emotion in his
How you doing
chest,
tonight?
as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Oh, I got options. Nah.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
No turning back now.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly
Milner?
spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here
Milner,
was
you
the
played through
proof,
this once or
the
twice,
heart of
right?
the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy
Yeah, I
or
played
sad
through it.
or content,
there's the one where
walking,
I quit on
eating,
it.
working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
Are we doing a speed
Stanley
run?
decided that this machinery would never again exert its
can't
terrible
do it, it's
power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls,
Well,
did
you
you?
didn't follow the
After they
instructions.
kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take
Stanley.
control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so
Quick, John,
much
write
that
down that
machine
code.
can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification,
Help me.
nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind.
Do I
What
gotta-
a shame we have so
do I
little
do the
time
numbers in
left to
order?
enjoy it. Mere
Damn it.
moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
In this end, you
What's
can't
that?
run.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are.
It doesn't go.
A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up
Saved.
with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just
Pretty
assume when you
much.
saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
I don't have a clue what my purpose is.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless, to see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine.
Where's the backup power?
I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here.
It always
Just you
been
being blown to
47.
pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part
So
of the
next
journey.
time I should
And
listen to
believe
him.
me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
Oh, yeah, you got your first achievement.
You made it to the end of the
You
game.
got the you can't jump achievement.
Yay!
Because you can't
That
jump in
was
this game.
interesting.
You did it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You remember that door you just clicked on?
No. I clicked on a lot of doors.
The door you just clicked on, if you clicked it 5 times, you could have gone to the special.
The door I just clicked on.
Yeah, it was the door in the center of the room you started in. Right there.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing
This
true
narrator's
effort
a
for
dick.
noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
What did you make me do?
Is this the one where you have to click it like 20,000 times?
I think you got it.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment.
That's right,
a
QDD.
willingness to go
This guy's
all the
an
way, no matter
asshole.
what the cost. Why don't you go
Yeah, I
put
never
20
followed you
clicks
there.
into
That's
door
funny.
number 417?
What?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Jesus Christ.
Where the...
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
What I feel like there's a jump scare or something. What do you say? 37.
437. It says.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
What the hell is that?
But it's in that room.
This?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Just tell me what room you're in, narrator.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
What is this shit?
Like a scavenger hunt.
Right?
It's in the room.
It's a parable.
How do you jump?
You just climb on the boxes. I'm pretty sure you should be able to go by touching. Climb on the box onto the chair. Let's see. You should be able to get up there. Maybe crouch. Why is it not working?
Gotta kind of glitch it.
Wait, you had it? You almost had it.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
You son of a... Ugh.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Is the narrator also... Is that the developer?
I don't think so. Kind of sounds
Finish
like David
it off,
Attenborough,
Stanley!
though.
5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That was amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement
Am I gonna
was
get jump
worth
scared
5
when I'm
little
drinking
clicks.
this tea and spit
Really
it
now.
everywhere?
What were you thinking?
Here you go. You got the achievement. Click 5 times on door 430.
All right, well, give me my new command. Go to the meeting room, right?
Yeah.
That didn't mess up the first ending?
It didn't change the story. It was just an
Alright.
achievement.
All right, let's do this.
When Stanley came to
Here
a set
now.
of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You got it, man.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office,
kinda wanna click
hoping
that.
he might find an answer there.
I kind of want to alter it.
Maybe you should all do it.
I like the slideshow.
Oh, another thing. Try going into the broom closet and staying there for an extended period of time.
Coming to a staircase,
Or not.
Stanley walked
gonna tell me I'm
upstairs
gay or
to his
something?
boss's office.
Now you can't, but like, pretty much, yeah.
He's like pretty much.
Quote the Raven.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf,
It's the same
looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation.
5.
But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be?
2, 8, 4.
In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known
It was a
this.
secret if you input it correctly, but I guess not.
See, I'm not supposed to know that code, though.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
What happens if you just don't press do anything? You know?
2845.
You just don't press do it. Do 8888. Maybe now something happens.
All right, stop telling me what to do. I will drop kick you. What did I do? How did I zoom in?
Put boobs.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Stanley got the hell along with the story.
Whoop-de-doo.
Should do for the funny.
I'll do the broom closet next.
Yeah, you should have you should do, yeah.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I don't know. Let's just get the hell on with the story.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
It's a secret if you stay in this room for like a while after you it.
This mind
We're
control
going for the first
facility,
ending.
it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking,
interesting that you did this
eating,
one
working. All of it monitored and commanded from this
Like,
very
I know
place.
what I'm doing.
And as the cold reality
No, I
of
mean,
his
it's random.
past
Like,
began
Tony
to sink
did
in,
something completely
Stanley
different.
decided
Mike
that
did
this
something completely
machinery
different.
would never again exert its
So did
terrible
I.
power over
But, like, I
another
think the game will
human
make
life.
a lot more sense because
For
he did this one
he
first.
would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I've been holding down shift to sprint, but there's no sprint.
Now the off button this time.
Habit.
I would have laughed so hard if he pressed the on button again.
Would have been another 5 minutes wasted.
Yeah.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Jump scare.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine.
it.
Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking.
Hey XLA, how
but
you doing?
happiness.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing.
Perhaps his
Everybody keeps
goal
telling me
had
to
not
play
been
this
to
game.
understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
What's the catch?
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
And then he gets mugged. Beat the game. I am like pro gamer.
You did it. You can uninstall it now.
Now it's time to disobey every single command.
You cannot install it now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Maybe I don't want to go to the meeting room.
Go to the meeting room.
Maybe you do want to leave me. Still some more time.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
You should close the 2 doors that connect to this room.
Such a waste of coffee.
Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now, in this
Oh, I
little
never saw this.
hallway. Here,
The hell?
with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No, 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 no. That would be far too forward. Stanley wanted to know it from the outside. To see it not just with his eyes, but with his heart. He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an office before. That ladder over there. Oh, and that little picture of a horizon or something. It's all just a never-ending parade of joy for Stanley.
Is he getting turned on by this? He likes to watch?
I was about to say, is there like no second mug type in this office? Alright, I guess I can't do anything.
Ah, no, apparently not.
I'm gonna have to get you that mug, I guess.
Was I not supposed to leave the hallway and it was some time thing?
Yeah, you were supposed to study the hallway. Study the room.
Well, then I failed.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, raise it, come in.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Because this is just as good.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley
Wish our
simply stood
break room
here,
looked like that.
drinking it all in.
Oh, shots fired.
With a little elbow
So
grease.
beautiful.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Yeah, I kind of like
A
it.
room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Motivational.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's
I like all
possible
those
that
same
this is
paintings.
why everyone left.
Hang on.
This
The
dick.
line.
This dick.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Message not received.
I seriously have to get some of these mugs.
There's no dialogue.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
I say you take the door back.
I don't think you can you?
Can't. Won't open.
No, I mean take the left door to get back into the path.
Just let him play how he wants, man.
They said shut up. He said, don't you have some crap game to go play?
Just saying.
This affects the rest of my life.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So how does this differ from the first game? Is it just like enhanced graphics?
No,
No enhanced graphics.
see
Just
later.
adds more like endings, and after
Just-
a couple games
just-
through, it should be.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact
realize
is
the
that the
audio's so
story
loud,
has
I
been
can't hear
about
what you're
nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who's her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
It's Pony's favorite ending.
Was that a Tony chuckle? What did I get myself into?
Go find out.
What the? I thought it was like a cutscene.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, you picked it up?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Yeah,
I'm just
girl.
pulling the bread out of the oven. All right.
Just gotta find
Okay,
out.
there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Come inside. I'm not that desperate.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Pressing everything but L. Fine, you win.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
It's like my job.
Look at him there, pushing buttons,
even more
doing
shots
exactly
fired.
what he's told
I'm
to
just
do.
gonna call you Stanley from now
he's
on.
pushing a button. Now he's eating
Stanley,
lunch.
can you come to my
Now
office,
he's
please?
going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
I'm gonna press your damn letters.
But in his mind, in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
There is no TV.
First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
How much you
The
think rent is
thought
here?
excited him terribly.
I mean, if it's in a city,
I can't tell if it's in the city.
yeah.
Spend time with the boys. Hell yeah. Let's do it.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors
What is
and mind
happening?
controls.
I assume Tony
Down
did not
another
answer
was
the
a yellow
phone.
line that weaved in many directions, and down another was a game with a baby. And he
No,
called
I've
it
done
the
both ways
Stanley
for that
Parable.
one. He made the right call.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
You just told me I don't have a loving wife.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is
See,
pushing
now I
the
feel like
same
Milton.
buttons he always has. Nothing's changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he
didn't
gets,
receive my
the
paycheck.
more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
You know I'm gonna do it.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
How do I reach these kids?
Dude, I ran to the bathroom. What's going on?
It's never ending. It's a never ending
I
ending.
can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Well,
What was that?
Wow.
What the hell is that?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, apparently there's an achievement here. Apparently I didn't wait
I
long
guess
enough.
this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now, in this little hallway. Here, with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No. That would be far too forward. Stanley wanted to know it from the outside. To see it not just with his eyes, but with his heart. He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an office before.
So out of all the
That
games I
ladder
could have
over there.
played, this is
that
what you
little
guys picked.
picture
Huh?
of a horizon or something.
game
It's
ever.
all just a never-ending parade of joy for Stanley.
Oh, it's entertaining for me.
need to-
I can't
you need to
see how it's
incorporate-
entertaining for you guys.
because
I'm working on a puzzle.
everyone does different things.
You guys are background noise.
Like, I'm already seeing different things on every. I've seen different things on every person's playthrough, basically. I love watching people play through it. Like, this is new to me. Yeah, maybe I'm just weird. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you're seeing new stuff, then I
Yeah.
can understand. But I figured you went and got every single ending already.
I kind of did. I think I missed things, and also they added things in like later updates that I didn't quite know about. It's very weird the way he develops this game.
How long do I have to stare at this room?
I don't think it's
How long do you have?
Yeah, I've never done this.
I mean, that seems like a fair amount of time.
I know there's one achievement you can only get by doing something for like 8 hours, and so I never really did that.
How long do I get to stare?
I don't
Nope.
It should have probably played dialogue at this point. I don't need to do it anymore.
You could have spent that 8 hours doing that, getting that achievement versus playing Magic the Gathering.
Oh my god, shut up, Milner.
All right, I don't think it's working.
Ah, no, apparently
It was still
not.
doing something.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an
Hoping to
answer
hear him
there.
Say, Stanley entered the door on his left. Ah, Jesus Christ, your left. No, your other left.
Let me alter the board.
I think I forced Milner to play this like twice, and then he's like, "No, I'm not playing it anymore."
Sounds about right.
Yeah, like your brain.
But this was
wasn't
ages
exploding.
ago.
Yeah.
Push for
Back
funding
when.
for research and development of new coffee machine.
Synergize papers. Papers are too synergized.
Push for funding of $300 toaster. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? That's great.
Kind of reminds me of like Left 4 Dead.
What do people want? Things, money, more money. Things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs. Graphs about things and money. Colored in segment.
Jason, have you seen Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared?
No. More water,
Never
more
slept
water
with
cooler
Minecraft.
heaters. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic.
Monetized free to play.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Skip the broom and mess up somehow.
Where are you going, Jason?
I don't know. They wanted me to go to my boss's office.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
I mean, if your boss finds
He
out
thought
you're
to himself,
crazy, you're
"I
going to lose
suppose
your
I'll wake
job.
up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still
still have
lucid."
mine.
So,
True.
he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head.
Apparently Emerson
One
thinks
he
it's
was
fun.
amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Damn it.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose,
What
got
the
dressed,
hell is
gathered
happening?
her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
That was long.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think I ever saw that one before.
All of his co-workers were gone.
All right, we will
What
do
could
the
it
closet
mean?
this time.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah,
Make sure I don't run past it this time.
the broom closet is the best ending.
A piece of my soul died when you didn't go into the broom closet.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Oh no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Oh, you accidentally skipped it because you went in and out. You didn't get all the dialogue the first time. Shucks, you didn't get the broom closet ending.
What?
You didn't get the broom closet ending because the first time you went in and out, it immediately went on to the second dialogue for whenever you come back into the room.
Well, that sounds like a glitch.
Strange.
Well, now you can't get the broom closet ending until you restart the game. So, there's no broom closet ending.
It's not really an ending.
Coming
but
to a staircase, Stanley
It's funny.
walked upstairs to his boss's
I wouldn't
office.
worry about it.
There is another ending that involves this room.
the magazine's changed. I think, right?
Did they?
Extreme bathrooms. What's the message say? Oh, it's the same message. Never mind.
Damn.
I need to get some of these paintings
Damn.
and put them all around my house.
There's so many choices.
Cha-cha-cha.
The papers are glowing. Did that just waste my time?
Yeah.
But didn't you enjoy the music?
No, I did not.
There is an ending here.
No! Stop spoiling things!
So that's increasing. So I'm assuming there's something to do with the computers if I input 5 times.
I don't think I've ever done that one, but yeah, I think there is something to do with that.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone?
So what didn't I do?
This was too
The
much for
escape
Stanley to
path,
take. Too much
right?
for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from
I
a
did
man
everything in
denied
the,
any
memory
hope,
control
any
room, right?
reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
How many endings are there?
I don't think you want that answer yet. Just keep going.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
Nope.
Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Sounds good to me.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Yeah, I'm aware, thanks.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Game over.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, it reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Help!
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 Lifeguard!
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator,
Who the
as
hell are
Stanley
you?
was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
We all die. We get it.
I shouldn't look in this place too long as it spoils a lot of things.
I mean,
Hey, look, Magic the Gathering.
shut up.
Alright.
Piece of shit.
Nice.
Wait, I don't remember that. What the fuck? Where is there an ending where money just rains down on you?
Oh, these are endings?
Oh, I don't know.
You know, some of these like are revealing for endings, which is why you shouldn't really.
I don't remember doing that either. That's new. The fuck?
How do you stay in shape?
Okay.
Desert boots. What is the difference between a duck? If you guys know that reference, you're my friends.
I don't understand that reference. I'll have to look.
It's the Postal movie.
Really?
He's doing an interview and they ask him all these dumb questions, and that's the last question that makes him Go over the edge. What is that noise? Oh. So I shouldn't be reading this, right?
Yeah,
It's
You
kinda-
can. It
it's
doesn't
kinda spoils a lot
matter.
of things.
Play the game how you
Which is
want,
why you
man.
should have done this one as like the final one that you did.
You don't have to play them in order.
I don't really know where I go to restart.
You just escape and restart.
No, don't tell them.
I'm gonna tell him either way. You press escape and hit restart if you want to get out.
No, that's not. There is a way.
I don't think he can hear you.
Would get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be in the
No,
story.
they can hear me. What are you talking about?
I didn't think Jaden could hear you.
Where were all of his
Oh, maybe not.
co-workers?
Because
Oh, I don't know. How
Yeah,
about
he's, like,
they're
sitting
throwing a
next to
surprise
him.
party for him for all his button pushing. Does that sound plausible to you? Stanley? Big red button.
I don't know where to go. I'll just go out the way I came.
What is Warzone? That would have been awesome.
I'm making fun of you and Destiny.
Yeah.
Alright, I already went that way.
Yeah, it evolved so much. The detail's amazing. 3 years of work.
Well, they opened some file cabinets, put a coffee mug on there.
That's hilarious. I don't think I saw that before either.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Well.
I wasn't gonna do what you told me to do.
Wait,
Is that phone ringing now?
what the fuck is that? Yeah.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay. Alright, so I still need to find one more computer that needs input. Okay. Alright, let's save some electricity.
Hello.
Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now, in this little hallway.
New content,
Here,
huh?
with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No. That would be far too forward. Stanley wanted to know it from the outside. To see it not just with his eyes, but with his heart. He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an office before. That ladder over there. Oh, and that little picture of a horizon or something.
I still want to know what
it's
this
all
does.
just a never-ending parade of joy for Stanley.
You definitely have other stuff you could discover before going through that door, by the way, but it's up to you.
Ah, no,
It
apparently
doesn't really
not.
matter either way. You can
When
do
Stanley
either.
came to a set of 2 open
what I'm
doors,
saying.
he entered the
So-
door on his left.
When I went to the escape part, at the very end, there was the option to hit escape and quit. I think that's the only thing I didn't do that way, right?
I honestly don't know if that even does anything.
if
I
you
think
do
I
that,
think
it
that
just quits the
literally
game.
just
So
quits the game.
okay.
Yeah.
So, because I went in the basement. I can go this way and not answer the phone.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Technically, so skip over it.
Wow. Yes. This room.
Wow, yes, much
What a
room.
beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh, so I didn't go this way either. Remember, I went that way?
Yep, you did not.
So I can go this way, or I can go ignore the phone, which you said was Tony's favorite ending? Right?
Yeah, I mean that the one you got was his. There's something else you can do, but yeah.
So he did answer the phone.
The first time.
The first time, yeah.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
There's too many paths.
Remember what this is.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
Well, that's pretty good.
From here, it's, left.
Guess I'm going left.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
Ass.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep. Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
I've been here before.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to,
made it here
Who am I kidding?
on his first try.
It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
The music has changed. Hang on a sec, guys. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Can't turn it off. Turn that one off. The new content door is missing.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
So many more paths.
That's a lot of paths, man. Guess we'll start left.
Wait, what? What?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Let me guess, it's not actually restarted.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I could turn the monitors off again. No new content door.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Game is just like totally my stupid sense of humor too. I feel like I'm just laughing too much at everything he says.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? But you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yay!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Here we go again.
There you go, the adventure line!
Yeah.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
There's a... I think I might buy this bumper sticker that puts that on your car.
I want to play Magic.
Guys, I'm pretty good at Magic now.
What are you, two for
I can be
two for
like a
12?
You see,
Professional streamer.
the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Did it really loop
Now,
me?
we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
You were waiting for that. This sounds exactly like the shit that Single would be listening to at work. It's so loud. I gotta turn that down.
You should blast that next to Debbie.
I don't listen to music when that was there.
I should play it over the speakers at my job.
That should be our old music. For like our telephone.
This line, man. The fact that
Cut the
he
music. Go back and look at that fern.
Yeah, I forgot. Look at the fern, Jason!
the fact that he like designed this whole part of the game just for this laugh.
Stanley, this fern
right?
will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Should I count the number of leaves?
Make sure you study the exact color of it as well, just in case. You never know.
It's green. Dark green,
Wait,
to
what?
be precise.
We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley?
Are you
I say
having fun
forget
yet?
the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent
feel like I'm
people,
missing a
right?
lot.
Why can't we make up our own story? Something
You're not. This
exciting,
is the game.
daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
This fucking line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision.
Yay.
From here, the story is in our control.
Oh my God,
How
you're in the major
important we
room.
mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going?
Probably
And since
not.
the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one.
Then I'm going
Another
left.
victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Guess I'm going right.
This is one of the best.
Oh, hold up, what's this?
Literally all the
confusion
logic in the
ending.
game.
You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What the hell just happened?
And that's it.
Oh, look at that. What the fuck? What? What?
And that's
What? I've never seen this.
You really want me to turn all the lights off?
every single right now.
It's the only way to win. Oh, I thought you were never gonna get around the circle.
What the hell is happening?
The lights are turning back on.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Do you have to
Just restart.
push the colors? Like... Oh god. Can you only like...
I don't see what happens if that comes back to yellow again.
I honestly have never seen this.
Wait, is he
Yeah,
saying
me.
push orange?
Oh, push orange, you're right. That is what it's saying. No, maybe. I think.
I think you're hitting some yellows.
I don't think that's what he's saying.
I don't think it is either.
I don't get it. Have you gotten this before?
Yes. There is nothing else you can do yet.
There's always something you can do.
In this case, the entire thing is just that you infinitely push buttons. This is Stanley's heaven. Being able to endlessly push buttons.
That makes sense.
Like, the only real way out of this is through the purpose of the game.
So this is like the final ending?
No.
Yeah, no, you have to
Yes.
restart. He's right, according to
That's exactly.
the wiki. But then again, people find new things because he adds new things, but at the same time, yeah, I think there's nothing you can do there.
So did it like... So is this like last checkpoint? If I push this, it's going to take me back up again?
Yeah.
All of his co-workers were
Funny.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The film one.
The film one?
Yeah.
Well, there's still this.
Well, there are still more endings to do.
Where should I? Should I do old shit or new shit?
With a new crab adds more content, like a lot more
Um,
content.
there is one cool ending you haven't seen yet. If
Alright.
you want me to like guide you that
When
way.
Stanley came to a set
do I
of
go?
two open doors, he
To the
entered the
right.
door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
I'll just
well.
stop you if you
Perhaps
go
he
too
wanted to
far.
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The
I don't wanna
lounge
spoil
was
anything. I mean, you might
sublime,
discover
a
other
work of
shit,
art.
you know?
What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace, its subtle charm, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first
Oh
open
wait, yeah,
door on
there
his
was.
left.
I could go straight here, or I could go not answer the phone.
Yeah, there's that. There's also another one over there, but I don't remember what straight goes. I don't.
And so
remember
he
what straight
detoured
goes.
through the maintenance section,
Oh, okay.
walked straight
Let's go
ahead to the
straight.
opposite door, and got back on track.
I think that might just loop back. Oh, you might be screwed. As in, like, seeing... Well, no, there's a few over here, actually.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
You'll never get the broom closet ending now.
Well,
Coming
you
to a
can restart
staircase,
the game at a
Stanley
certain
walked
point.
upstairs to his boss's office.
I don't think there's anything else down, right?
Yeah.
No. Alright, so there is...
Just tell me.
Wait, before you go through, there are two in here you haven't seen. One has to do with the elevator, the other is a little harder to trigger. So yeah, I mean, if you want to mess with the elevator some more,
Probably the
there's
simplest
a thing
thing to
there.
do would be
Don't, oh yeah, never mind, you're right, you're right.
Do I just stay in here for a long ass time?
Hey, right? Really look. Good job. Good job.
I think you just wanted to hear the music again.
Pretty much. No, yeah, basically you just keep mashing buttons, I think.
These buttons?
Yeah, you gotta let the music play, man.
I'm not here just so you can listen to some music, John. Is there even an ending here?
Maybe I'm just trolling you. Maybe you'll never know.
Is there an ending here? I will hold this stream
I've never
hostage.
seen this one, man, so I wouldn't know.
Shut. I guess you're supposed to keep hitting down and then start keep hitting up.
What am I doing? Putting in the Contra code?
I don't know if I've seen this either, to be honest. I just know there is one.
So we're not even sure we're doing it right?
Well, actually, it might not even trigger right now because the narrator's not talking to you, right?
No.
Sometimes the narrator goes in like these dry spells because you've already triggered something else. So... Alright, so the one here, do you want me to spoil it?
Well, let me think.
There-
Is there any choice I had? I mean, I could enter in the code before he tells me the code.
No, I think you did all of those, to be honest. This one, you would...
He's not willing to just ultimately.
Mike figured it out on his own, and it fucking blew my mind. Because he just was fucking trying to glitch the game. But it's actually... yeah, go to your right, go to your right.
You want to trigger the door closing and then go back as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Stepping in.
Yeah, you did it.
Now you go all the way back.
Nah, just let him do it! Yeah, but that basically triggered an ending.
Like, how would anybody... Well, I mean, I guess if you thought you glitched it and you didn't know what to do, you would...
I mean, that was the beauty of this game when it first came out. People were, like, discovering all these endings. What is this? I'll be right back.
Just going up some stairs. I swear if this makes me go up to like floor 800 or something. Is that what this joke is? Is it gonna make me go to like 800? Is that why Single said he'll be right back because he knows he has time?
Really?
I'm probably supposed to be walking in the opposite direction now. Oh, nope, this is different. Now I'm back here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hmm?
Complete every ending then from left path.
I guess we're going on the right path.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Shut up, narrator.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't
shit.
fired
You're already
years
here.
ago.
Oh shit! Okay, so you're going to the phone. Is that what you're doing?
That's what I was going to do, yeah.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
I thought that was going to
I'm
troll
not
me
your
and make me
enemy,
go up
really,
like
I'm not.
to floor
I realize that
800 on
investing
those
your
steps.
trust in someone else
Yeah.
can be difficult.
I was like,
but
that's
the
why
fact
Single
is
left.
that the
He knew he
story
has
has been
time.
about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been
Nah, I decided to
neglecting,
really go with that.
Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for her.
Don't answer the phone.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
No, don't tell him.
That's her, Stanley. You
I
need
can't
to
hear
be
what
the
he's
one
saying.
to do this. To reach out
The
to
audio
her.
is very loud. in
If you can
headphones.
truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Someone's got a problem.
Or they just like cigarettes. Not that many cigarettes.
Tony.
Tony.
Not gun that. Not gun that. Not gun that.
There's.
Wait, can I unplug it?
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a
Figured that
life
out pretty
reunited
quick.
one... Wait. Oh, goodness.
Well, I saw this weird
Stanley,
cable running
did
from
you
it.
just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another.
That's a
Music
lie.
comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
I'm a
I
real
can't
boy.
believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack."
The hell is a back sack
Excellent.
and crack?
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
How long have I been playing this?
Welcome back. You may have noticed
I haven't even
that this
seen any
room
of the
has
new
begun to
content- new
deteriorate
content.
as a result of narrative contradictions. But not to
game is
worry.
great.
Now that you're properly informed on good
still
decision
haven't
making,
seen, like,
we're going to
the most
revisit a choice
amazing
you
ending
made just
either.
a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been.
From like a
This way,
technical
please.
standpoint.
Glitch it.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Now what happens if I go back on? Nothing.
I think you might be stuck continuing the story. So I don't know what new shit you can do. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe this is part of it. I don't remember. I'm the worst. Sorry.
Almost
Yeah,
there.
just fried
You'll
from
take the door on
Magic
the
the Gathering.
left, back to the correct
Right.
ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
I don't think I've seen this.
Those are fucked up. Doesn't seem like I can do anything.
Interesting.
My nose is itchy. Uh-oh. What the hell was that? I don't think I can really do anything over here.
He did say they were back.
He did say to go back, but
What, is your kid asleep yet?
no.
You should get in, like, actual voice chat.
Yeah, my kid's asleep. I'm sitting here watching him playing Ratchet and Clank.
Oh, of course you are.
That's why I muted. I don't want to be rude, but I am paying attention to what you guys are doing.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. That's why I
It's
am.
ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story,
Right,
you've
I do
destroyed
remember
my
this
work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy
Getting tired
all
of
my
your
work?
attitude,
I don't
narrator.
know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I...
Please do not
No,
steal.
I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Is this the... Never mind. I don't want to fucking ruin anything.
It's still... No, he doesn't.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh.
Why don't you come down here and catch these hands?
Story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
Sure.
All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
He sure did.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry.
Oh.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
He didn't say no that time. You might be getting tired of my shit.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley
I guess we're
would.
going left.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fine. Let me alter this board.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Did that change before?
Yeah.
It does, yeah.
Oh.
It's pretty funny.
I never took notice of that actually changing.
Oh.
I tried. It wouldn't let me in.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Can't go pee pee poo poo.
Jesus Christ. Well, shit.
All right then.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
What?
Does this thing have mic support?
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke
Night
it
Shark
into the
115.
receiver, right there on the wall.
I think it's trolling me. Night Shark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
Yeah.
You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver.
Listen,
otherwise we
you're
can't
trolling
get on
me
with the story.
and making me
This
look like
is
an
a
idiot.
crucial step.
It's funny. There are people asking that same question on
Night
Steam
Shark 115.
community.
Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Someone in
Stanley
this.
came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door.
Congratulations.
Are you listening to me?
I think
Can you hear me?
I think that was new, and
everything
I've
all
never
right?
seen that.
Stanley, this is important.
We've
The
gotten
story
this
needs you. It needs you
ending,
to
but I
make a
think it's played
decision.
out
It
different.
cannot exist
played
without
out
you. Do you
different too, and I
understand
don't-
me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll
This
accept
game hurts
whatever
my
you do.
brain.
I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something.
So
Anything.
it's funny too, because I'm
This
reading
is
the
more
comments.
important than
People
you can ever know. I need
are
this.
discussing about this.
The
Like, how do
story
I
needs it.
speak Night Shark 115? And someone's
Sure.
like,
You
I'm
hear me?
not ashamed to admit I
Are
tried
you
multiple
there?
different
Are you
headsets
listening to
and
this?
screamed it into
Stanley,
my
are you
mic.
there? Okay. It's okay. I can wait.
And someone else is like, are you sure you screamed loud enough?
Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing
Oh,
to do.
now I kind of feel bad for the narrator.
Take as much time as you need.
Ah, he's a dick.
He's misunderstood. Alright, can I see new content now?
No, wait. You've got one. You got two more
Like a few more.
2 more?
that are really good.
Alright, which direction?
To the right.
The right door.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah. No, he
When
knows.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Alright, so
Don't do that.
this way took me back.
Yes.
Yeah, you're done with that.
So I want to go this way.
You want to go that way, but you don't want to go to the other side.
Stanley was so bad
That's all
at
I'm
following
saying.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Try getting on the moving platform and then getting off.
Yeah. Yeah, get
wow,
on.
Look
No,
who's got
get on.
cold feet. Sorry to
well,
break
now-
it to
now
you,
go.
Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below.
Oh, I never heard
You
that
know what?
before. That's
Looking
funny.
at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Even
Good
that was
job,
new. I
Stanley.
didn't know.
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
You just went straight ahead.
You need to get on that platform, but you need to
All
do
of his
something.
co-workers were gone.
not get to
What
the
could
other
it
side.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think this is Amherst's favorite ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Well, there were 2 actually.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Alright, so get
The
on the
lounge was
lift, but I
grand,
gotta do something
majestic.
before it gets to the
Perhaps,
other side.
but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, let me look at this.
Well, it could be the only possible way to do it. So
Can I jump onto that platform?
maybe.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important.
Red pill, blue
Stanley
pill.
walked through the red door.
Well, you
Make
know,
up
I
your
always
mind.
do the opposite of what he says.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see?
So now I gotta find out what
Vehicles?
happens if I go in the red door.
Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
No, you wanted me to go to the left door.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with
There's
this
a
one.
third. This
Let's
is the
take
one
a
I was
look.
saying, but
And this actually takes people's Steam accounts.
98% of people are more attractive if they play the Stanley Parable. I mean, it worked for me.
Where should I go now?
Hey.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4
if the baby
hours.
cooks.
So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
If you keep playing to get a decent ending.
24 hours?
No, 4 hours.
4 hours.
I'm not playing this for 4 hours.
Yeah, you have to literally do this for 4 whole hours to get an ending. Or you can just end it. But I think it's a bit longer.
I'm not playing this for 4 hours.
Play for at least 20 minutes.
I'm not playing this for 30 minutes.
Play for 20 minutes, man. No, the baby, no. What are you doing?
Baby. The other white meat.
Heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience.
Hey, why did I need to know the color
I'm
of
not
the
even
fern?
going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating.
Do you recognize this?
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
It looks like a puppet combo game.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental
supposed to know what this looks like?
So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's
If
even
not,
more.
it's fine.
Come,
The
let's
next one
venture
you'll
outward and
definitely
see what
recognize.
else is out there.
The duration of this ending changes. when-
What game is this?
Firewatch.
Never heard of it.
You should look it up. It's pretty good. I haven't actually beaten it. I've only played like the first hour. But in the original, like your son was saying, in the original it was Portal.
I think I played a Siren Head game that used this model. Guess I'm going outside.
But this is technically new content. It was Portal and something else. I can't
Oh,
remember.
no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around.
Do you know how
no
long it would
right or
take
wrong
to code all
directions,
these different
no path
events?
to follow. You can just go in any.
Exactly. This game's amazing.
Oh, thank
Right?
heavens
From
we
like a
avoided
technical
it.
standpoint, it like
We're out of the
blows
woods
your
now,
brain.
Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls.
And to get
something
the
with
rights to
nice,
use
big,
this
insurmountable
from like
walls.
a really famous indie game.
Oh,
Minecraft, that's what it was.
I
Minecraft
think
and Portal.
this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
Please tell me you
Stanley,
recognize
if you
this.
manage to get lost in
I mean,
this
it literally
game,
says
I will
Rocket
be
League.
phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
It's a big ball.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought.
God damn it.
And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Watch it be
Yes.
like
I haven't finished with the first ball.
It really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm
You prick.
insatiable. More balls.
Yeah, you did it.
Motherfucker.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
When's it gonna load me into World of Warcraft?
that would be funny.
You better come back, bitch.
Go in a bit more.
Now what?
Yeah, I can't remember.
And I can go fall in one of the goals.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Stay with orange because I like orange.
Yeah, it went. The original was Minecraft and then Pulse. Like
Hold on. What are you doing?
I'm pretty sure
Stanley,
they
don't
got
do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
It's just really impressive, right?
Yeah, this this takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
This is nostalgia.
Is this
Yeah.
the original game?
Yep, the original source mod of Stanley Parable.
Wait, what?
Broken down and abandoned. It's very all solid.
Is this where you had to choose the doors?
Yeah.
Wow.
You can see all the Half-Life textures, the Half-Life models, man.
Wow. The doors are so realistic.
Ow.
Don't think I can do anything in here.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
So... I guess it's up to you
How wonderful.
now.
Stanley was alone. Finally. This is
Oh,
great,
shit, never
he
mind.
thought to himself.
I forget.
This is what
Never
I've
mind.
wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
one.
Oh wait, no, actually, wait, you have 2 endings. Because there's another ending in this room.
This room?
Yep.
Do you have a desk that we go? Try
Yeah,
climbing up it.
there's a secret one in here.
No matter
you're
how
saying?
hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his
4 feet.
co-workers.
A desk 4 feet for one. 4 feet for one.
What?
You can like try and walk in the desk, in the chair, and climb up to the desk. That's a bit
No,
different.
he's just giving you the secret endings. I see how it is.
I completely forgot about this until I reminded myself.
Yeah, you can kind of.
We may have to crouch.
No, you have to do the other. There you go. You got it.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary
that this
into
is
the
even
nature
here,
of video game structure
and this
and
could've
its
went so long
examination of
before somebody
structural
found it.
narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Nah.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
You will come back now.
You probably have to restart.
Are you curious what the yes answer leads to?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
So if I hit no again, is it like something different, or is it just?
It's the same name.
All right.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now.
Did
You could have
Tony
done it just
jump on
then.
his computer?
Now would also
Yeah,
be an
I'm on
appropriate
PC now.
time to quit.
What's up?
Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an
watching
internal
with the
conflict
guys?
going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Guys, will I be going to sleep tonight?
No.
No, you
There
still got
once
like 5
was a
hours.
man named
We
Stanley,
could continue
who
later
people considered so
if
manly.
you'd like.
But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley
long
liked
does this
most
one go
was
on?
buttons.
Should I just
He
restart?
pushed them like some kind
This
of
actually goes
glutton.
on forever.
Yeah.
No, why
I
would
mean,
you-
like, it
He's
repeats,
saying
but
it's such a beautiful song. Why would you? No.
why would I?
Okay, so there is another ending here. Oh.
Where?
Go
I mean, you
back.
could
Yeah,
have
close
listened
the
until
door.
it repeats, but oh yeah.
But
that's one
Stanley
too.
simply couldn't handle the pressure. What
That's
if he
one of my
had to make a
favorites.
decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by?
damn it.
He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
That's that ending.
Wow.
So, like, now you
All of his
Alright.
co-workers were gone.
The red door.
What could it mean? Stanley
red door.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't remember how I got to that. Oh, is that where I jumped off the thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Took the right path, come up, check out. Maybe pop that.
So what's up, Tony? What's new with you?
When Stanley
Oh,
came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room,
Some
and Stanley
progress.
knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it
See
was,
anything new?
the lounge.
Besides
Yeah.
the
Eager to
Oh
get
my
back
God,
to
yeah, I
business,
saw so
Stanley
much
took
new.
the first open
yeah,
door
like
on
the
his
habit
left.
ending was new to me.
It's
So was
crazy.
that hallway.
Between myself,
Stanley was so
Mike,
bad at
and
following
Jason's
directions,
playthrough,
it's incredible
Yeah,
he
it's
wasn't
been like a
5 years
completely
ago.
different game each time.
Exactly.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else
I
can
feel
be
like he
difficult,
says
but the
things
fact
different,
is
too,
that the
at certain
story has
points.
been about nothing but you
But I'm not
all
sure.
this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
There are
Now
3
listen
doors,
carefully,
right?
this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
So I should go through the red door this time.
Wait, hold on. Did that?
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we
gonna
just
fight the
stay
space
right
aliens.
here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
I mean,
I actually feel happy.
I need to get
No,
a VR headset.
wait. Where are you going?
Oh, what the fuck?
Right.
Oh, that's right. There
Where
are.
were we?
Right. Yeah. This is Tony's other favorite ending. I could hear him laughing.
The most fun thing.
This one's great.
I want a VR headset that does that though. Just a platform full of fireworks.
So pretty.
So pretty. I thought Milner went to sleep.
Is anything gonna trigger out here, or do I gotta go forward now?
It is. It's just endless looping.
No.
Oh no. Stay
my
away from those
headphones are gonna
stairs.
die.
If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just
Emerson's
just
headphones
stay
died.
here. No. What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. Are you... You are going to stay here, aren't you?
Well, here, I can cast.
Do you have enough mana for that move?
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you? Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Should I jump?
Do it.
Do it.
now.
No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Ruin his mood. Play with his
I
feelings.
can't run anymore. My ankles are broke.
Play with his feelings real quick.
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Almost one time, just the beautiful.
I know you'll see. You'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Where'd Tony go?
No.
I'm here.
Perhaps
Oh,
not.
never mind. Sorry. Amherst is streaming the YouTube to our TV. So she's a little delayed, but she's still watching. She can't talk, though.
Oh, nice.
Well, I
My
guess
God.
you could, but...
Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
This is probably the
I
darkest
just wanted us to
ending.
get
It's-
along.
Probably, yeah.
it's
But I
pretty
guess that was
messed
too
up.
much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
Okay, I can respect the hell out of this game.
Exactly, right? But okay, so now you have the decision. Do you want to keep going?
All of his
or should we
co-workers
make
were
it
gone.
like a 2-day
What could it
stream?
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Once you start
Perhaps
the
he
new
had simply
content,
missed
it's
a
hard to
memo.
stop. I'm here for it.
No matter how hard Stanley looked,
I've
he
got nothing
couldn't find
going
a
on.
trace of his co-workers.
Let's do it.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Does it feel like I just did a circle?
Because you did.
Is the new content just a
Okay,
gag?
so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
So why is John like, once you start, you can't stop? It was all a joke.
Is it broken?
Yeah.
What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content.
Is this
I've
new
never
to you
been
and Jaden
more ready.
both, or
Let's
have,
do it.
Have either of you played it before?
I think Jaden's played it. You've done this, right? Yeah.
I
haven't
have to
played
say,
any of the
initial
Stanley
impressions of
Parables.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious.
Yeah,
It's
I
as
think
if
you're about to be really impressed.
Okay, let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Go in the circle.
So what happens if I ignore it?
Go in the circle now. It's okay to get quiet. Thanks for moving around. Oh, most of your jumps. You don't have so many jumps. You just move around while you do it. Make it truly.
Use all your jumps. Oh my god.
360 no scope.
Now you're out of jumps.
Yay.
Way to go, man.
Really mad jumps.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
I guess I can sprint now.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
I was so
What do
mad.
you say, friend?
Is that actually the new
I
content?
was so mad. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, this is different.
Oh wait, there's an ending here.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
That is how rapes happen?
No, you
I
have,
don't think
Got
so.
free candy.
you have to be sus.
Go in the vent or go in this door?
You have to be sus.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine.
I kinda
You're
do.
a dork anyway, so... Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Well, you just called me a dork, so...
I've never heard that before.
Go for
Yeah, same.
Just be sus.
I like work, I just hate my boss.
Maybe I should get that mug.
Fucking single.
Did you get the vet ending? The vet ending was my favorite.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Beautiful.
It's absolutely beautiful.
I think there's like a dead cat skeleton out there for like no reason whatsoever.
Oh, now I
Never
gotta
saw
find it.
that.
Jaden, is there a dead cat skeleton out here?
I've
I think-
never seen or even heard of a dead cat skeleton in the area.
No,
Maybe
maybe
it's
it's
just
further
like
up.
there's in the freedom ending.
It's like an Easter egg sort of thing. It's not a big deal.
I mean, a cat skeleton's kind of a big deal.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Integrity coffee.
The British Academy.
I missed that one on our when I played through.
It's impossible to get this achievement.
Good, yeah, I have it.
John, didn't you get the 5-year achievement?
Yeah. There's an achievement that's go outside, and it's don't play the game for 5 years.
It's not a cat skeleton, but it's a dead hamster.
Oh, that's what it was. There's some significance to that, but I don't at this point.
I want to sit on the bench.
Song is so moving.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com.
Big
James
sushi
Stephanie
FM.
Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Sir, go back and look at the wall beside the door.
Minecraft?
Minecraft and Water, the ones that were from the game designer night.
Picture of
I think that's the hammer source map. That.
the red and blue door. Memories.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Can I get in there?
You need to cheat if you want to get in the series.
I'm not. Yeah, as I say, I'm not sure, man. That's the
You
first
have to
time
open
I've seen
the
it.
console and type SV cheats 01 if you want to get in the serious room.
No. I will not give up. Oh, I gotta give up.
Serious, and it was such a good ending. Too bad it was scrapped.
Person of the year.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
What did you do?
Yeah, that was weird.
What the hell?
I think you glitched the game out.
Yeah, I
Did
don't
you-
remember this happening.
Yeah, I think you clipped under the map.
think-
dude.
I think he you stopped at like the perfect spot, and like you got, if like it changed the map, so you just stuck in the room.
Jason found a way to break the game.
Congratulations, you broke the game.
Of course he
Good
did.
job.
A game that
Turn it
breaks
into a
itself
short.
intentionally.
Turn it into a short.
Whoever's on YouTube, clip this.
I think
So,
I think you're gonna have to restart.
Yeah.
why is this here though?
I don't know.
I don't
think
think it's
you're-
intentional, but it could also be
Yeah,
a
I think you
reference
clipped,
to
man.
a glitch in the original Stanley Parable where if you stand on a wall, like a door frame, that's like in between two areas where they I guess call the map essentially. You could if the game would freak out.
Wait, what happened to go to the right?
Come over here.
You're already here.
In the vent. I want to... Oh. You don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork.
I think it just takes
never
you
mind.
back to the,
You're not
the
a
original
dork.
game, right?
That's it?
You go over there. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure it's
no, wait, I think you're right. No, don't do it! I think you're right. Yeah, yeah, right. I forgot.
just gonna have to speed through this.
Speed run, boys.
And this time, don't stop at the door.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Insert some
Just
Benny Hill,
our
man.
little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory
Has a
Zone
picture
remind you of how
portal and whatnot.
wonderful Stanley Parable was? And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com.
The water is so
James
realistic.
Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content. Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait.
Don't stop.
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
It's so meta. Is this where you got stuck?
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I'm not missing anything yet, am I?
No. This part's pretty linear.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
I'm pretty sure
What's
these
this
are
one got to
actual
say?
reviews too.
I wouldn't
You
doubt
constantly
it.
have to stop doing anything so the
Just
narrator
put these
can catch
people
up
on
with his
blast.
long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Go look at the reviews.
skip
Go back to 2014.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
On it.
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record.
That was from-
Only
Nine. I'm
positive
looking for it.
reviews of the
That was from
Stanley
Cookie.
Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley.
Oh,
Yes,
man.
a skip button we shall have.
This part's fucking long. I'm gonna go grab a drink quick. I'll be right back.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore. Oh, you're back, you see? You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first
Someone's
place.
review.
I guess I should
It's
become
Cookie
better
9, you better update
educated
your
on
review.
exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the
What's
smart
that?
thing to check on before I went about
Someone's
this whole
review on
exercise
Steam
of making the skip button.
For the original
Although I
Stanley
have to
Parable.
imagine that after seeing this exciting
It's
new
Cookie 9, you
technology
better
at
go
work,
update your
surely
review.
whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible
that's
to
the
edit
top
one's
rated
review,
review for
merely
the
because of
original
this
Stanley
very
Parable.
situation. Yes,
For
I
this
think
year.
that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Let's list the tabs go off. That means he's just rambling.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well,
No.
there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself
Apparently-
about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate,
Guy
I do
Fieri
suggest that we
used to
not
be-
press the button again.
Sorry, I'm
I
gonna
think the
shut up
skip
until-
button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door... Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really truly... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the outcome, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into
Jesus.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Oh damn, the skip button thing was real.
Well, I mean, someone complained about it in 2018, apparently.
Right.
So, like, the whole game's a joke on that, apparently.
You got sunlight, boys.
Some deep shit, man. The earth is
Vegetation.
reclaimed.
What the hell is going on?
You keep skipping time, and each time you skip, it takes longer. It's been like thousands and thousands of years.
Is that dinosaurs?
Only hope.
Uh-oh. I'm the only one left.
The only Stanley left on the planet.
How many endings are in the original version?
It's like 27-ish.
Oh. That seems less impressive when I ask that.
Yeah, but at the same time, like,
Is that
the
it?
dialogue changes a lot.
Mm-mm.
No, there should be more.
Yeah, it was all for
All of his
nothing, man.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Unless I'm mistaken and it has something to do with time.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
New content. All right.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Maybe just go, go to the fucking loop again.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
What is that lightning shit? What?
The best
Yes,
fucking
you see,
game
isn't
in
this
the
far
world.
superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
They're back. 2 doors. Don't talk to me before I've had my sequel.
So, I apparently just learned that the original Stanley Parable was released with Guy Fieri's image as the game logo. Like, you would go
Now, to be clear,
buy it
I
on
haven't
Steam and
quite
Guy Fieri
nailed
would
down
just
what
be staring
exactly
at
the
you.
Stanley Parable 2 is going
So
to
there are a
be,
bunch of-
but
there are a
let's
bunch of
take a look at
reviews
some of the
saying, "Bring back
features
Guy
I've been
Fieri."
developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally
Who took the
spring
red
up
marker?
around them.
Me.
It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Like, just all this shit they put into it.
Yeah.
Just for this quick little gag, you know?
Amazing.
It's
Not very quick.
it breaks my brain. Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar.
Crab, the ultimate sequel. 2. Alright, this part's amazing. Looks so cool. I mean, this the whole thing just for this part of the game.
Here we are. Go on. Try out
We
some
should
of
have
the new
him
features.
restart the entire game once. Single.
Why?
Because of all the other extra shit they packed into it. I mean, like, close the game and restart
What?
it.
Oh, eventually.
Stanley Parable
That's
reassurance
later.
bucket.
Or what are you? I don't know what you're talking about.
There's so many places to go.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
See, I wonder if this actually makes a difference.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece,
What?
it
The balloons
is.
are different, man.
That's what happened last time.
Was it, or were they
Yeah.
different balloons?
No, they were
All
the same.
right. Okay.
You should get the reassurance.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Jesus. Where's the reassurance bucket?
It was back there. And you see that? You see that big?
No, you're not ready for the. You're not ready for that yet.
Yeah,
You know what? Let's
can't
bring the
handle
jump
that
circle
power.
back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already
used
spent
all
all
your
your
jump-
jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
Dumbass.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
I messed up.
It just
too and
works.
used all mine.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Maybe one more time.
Yeah, maybe just one more time.
I don't think it's working.
Yeah, no.
Man, some people really hate this game.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Can't really imagine why.
I know, right? These reviews, though, man. It's interesting to read them.
In my honest
collectibles.
opinion,
Now
I've played
it's a
lot of
real video
games.
game. In the Stanley
This
Parable
game's a
2,
masterpiece.
you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Nice. 1 out of 6, boys.
Good job.
Hell yeah.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
What?
Alright,
It's like-
Rewards are good.
It's
Like this one. Is it quirky? Sure. Is it unique? Yep. But so is a Ford Pinto with additional external fuel tanks. What the fuck? That was in 2014. I'm still looking for cookies, by the way.
Well,
the new updated ray traced more of the same, but in a good way sequel to the...
That's the right amount.
The baby is all grown up.
I don't think I saw that one.
yeah.
What happens if you take a screenshot?
the game explodes. Don't go up there. No.
It just might.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked
Might be my
myself,
favorite.
what do players really
pretty
want?
good.
And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually
right.
recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
I thought
But
it
of
said
course,
Tim
the
as in
final
Tim
game,
Tam.
This button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role
forgot to
play
change
as
it to
Jim
Dum
to
Dim Dum.
really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you... Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving... All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Everyone's got one. I gotta find the bucket.
Look at the big sign that says.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too.
Infinite
They
hole.
would appreciate what I've created here.
Infinite Hole is the best.
It is actually.
That's my favorite.
Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
No, go to the no, go to the hole. Go to the hole.
Can I do both?
Yes, you can
No.
do both.
Actually, yeah. Grab the bucket before you go to the hole.
Jaden's been
A
sitting
common
here bugging me
complaint
to
of
go
the
to
Stanley
it.
Parable
bucket
was that
is
it was
the
confusing
bucket
and
is
paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration,
There's no
I've
bucket.
engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
Well, give me the damn
Can
bucket.
you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The
Nice.
benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they?
See?
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Now you can go to the hole.
But now I feel more attractive. Alright, let's find...
Does anyone give out
the
awards
infinite
for
hole.
most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Sorry about that.
What's back that way?
The infinite hole.
This way?
Yep.
Holy moly.
This thing's only going to drop me down like a foot, isn't it?
Maybe.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Now you're gonna leap into the hole.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a
New
cheat,
mug.
and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as
Just
deep as
the two
anyone
of
would
us.
actually need.
We
Don't
can
you put
make
this
it if
on
we
me.
try.
Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all
Tony was
this
down
behind
here.
us and agree to just call the whole
Don't even
mostly
smoke.
infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top
you
of the
say,
hole and
Tony.
we can move on. I'll just be
Okay.
up here when you're ready.
I'll just
Jake-
accept it.
Is that
Jason,
is that
the
it?
cameras.
Yeah.
So I don't get anything if I just ignore the G button.
Yeah, not. You can't.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
Giggity.
Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something.
Zelda's still here?
Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
He's still
Oh,
in
there
the
it
voice
is.
chat.
The shame of my life. How is this still appealing to you?
Nice, like it.
I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure?
It
Well, I
gave me
mean,
so much fucking anxiety.
I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of it.
Well, at least I got a bucket to piss in.
This is why I chose to do the bucket first, so that you have the bucket.
So you can piss in it?
Help!
It's recommended
Maybe
to
if you
stay
hadn't used
still
all your
the entire
jumps.
life.
You dumbass.
Can you jump out of the hole? Have you tested that?
No, I'm kidding.
No.
Totally joking.
Stand still and make your way out. Just think about how you got here.
You become
And
one
this is
with
where
the
the
hole.
fun part comes in.
This is my favorite part of the expansion.
Probably the best part in the entire game.
Pretty great.
It is pretty great.
Am I just gonna slowly descend forever?
Yeah, was it infinite?
Oh, wait. I remember you talking about this.
Yeah. I sent you a video. But like, this can be different.
So dramatic.
Yeah.
It is so much better with the bucket.
fuck? There you go. Help! Change your reality. No. Change your reality.
What?
What the fuck is going
Yeah,
on?
exactly, right? It can be so different. There's
Yeah.
no random shit. Oh my god, I've never seen that before.
Yeah. What the hell?
Change this up. That's my movie. They get close up shit.
Damn,
Stanley?
everything's so different.
Stanley! Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into
music for
dreamland.
some reason.
But we can't have that, Stanley.
But whatever.
Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. I don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle pip.
So the dog thing was definitely new to me.
Yeah, same. I haven't seen that one.
So like, and that's one of those things. Like, I don't even know if he added that after or not. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Can I get 2 reassurance buckets?
Maybe. Try it out.
The button that says jump.
You ready?
Oh, this stupid game.
The mostly infinite hole now. It's now labeled the mostly infinite hole.
I think I did everything, right?
You can go back and check the mostly infinite hole. It's mostly now. It's no longer infinite.
Fine, it ended.
Wait, is there more to it? What is Jaden telling you?
Give me a share bucket and then you can wait. That should be about as much as you did though.
Maybe you should check those.
I cannot.
There's like a pathway. There's like exit signs somewhere.
Yeah, I saw the exit signs.
You can get the achievement.
Yeah, maybe I can get the achievement now.
you reset the game, maybe now it works.
But I got the bucket.
Sacrifice the bucket, maybe then that will work.
Alright, I guess I'll go to the exit.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Wow.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
Oh, look, I got jumps
Hold
again.
on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Wow.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Here we go. We just skipped the tremendously great title screen.
This is the story of a man named
Wait,
Stanley.
reset. Maybe you can do the
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee
probably
number
can, actually.
427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others
So
might
is
have
it really just
considered
making
it
me replay the
soul-wrenching,
game, but with,
Stanley
like, balloons
relished
and shit?
every moment that the orders came in,
Somewhat.
as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Hey,
And Stanley
did you watch
was
Severance
happy.
yet?
Me?
I think you should watch Severance.
And then one
after-
day, something
after
very
playing it.
peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
So I'm
What if he
literally
had to
playing
make
the
a
game
decision?
again.
What if a crucial
Yeah.
outcome fell under his responsibility?
Even
He had
then,
never
you
been
still
trained
have
for
some
that.
endings that
No.
I completely forgot
This
about,
couldn't
but,
go
like,
anywhere
yeah.
except
So I
badly.
can do the broom
The
closet.
thing to do now, Stanley
Possibly
thought to
now.
himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me.
Depends on
Nothing
actually,
will
like,
break me.
reset it.
In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years
I
gone
can see
by?
why you wanted me to play
he no
this,
longer
John.
had the ability to tell.
Why?
But the one thing he knew for sure,
I mean,
beyond
it's-
any
it's
doubt,
really good.
was that if he waited long enough, the answers
Wait,
would
it's actually
come.
just getting started,
Eventually,
actually.
someday,
Halfway
they would
point.
arrive.
Huh?
Soon,
We're halfway
very
done.
soon now,
How
this
are we
will
only
end.
halfway done?
He will be spoken to.
Yep.
He will be told what to do.
How are we
Now
only
Now it's
halfway
just
done?
a little
Because
bit closer.
the endings is double and the
No,
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 it's
no,
even
no, no,
closer.
no,
Here it comes.
don't listen.
So everything you have done
Don't
so
listen.
far is now you have to do it again.
Don't listen.
It's really funny.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Yeah, there are a few endings for you to get now.
The bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
So.
Just
when you
let
have
him
the
discover it
bucket,
on his own. No, just let him discover, man.
every day in the game.
John's yelling at you. He wants you to shut up.
Stanley took the bucket with him into this little hallway and closed the doors. This was their hideout. No one would ever find them here. Of course, no one would ever find them anyway because everyone was missing. But Stanley chose to ignore this fact and instead focus on how cool the hideout was. Just him and the bucket. Two renegade heroes against the world, inside their secret, undetectable hideout, here, next to room 417. What a treat.
Oh, is that it? Maybe.
Ah, no, apparently
See, I still
not.
don't know what that ending is because I can never.
Stanley clutched the bucket
must not be
tightly to
waiting
his
long
chest
enough.
and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong
Wilson!
friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined.
What the hell is going on?
Now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends, that your relationship is purely superficial and convenient, that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Nice, you got a sticker.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Is there a third sticker?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
was it?
Yeah, that might be it.
It wasn't the regular green claw standing. It was the bucket green claw standing.
No problem, QDD. Thanks for tuning in.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Or should I go to the basement?
Every ending has been changed up, so you can go either way.
So we're looking at like another 2 hours.
Yep. But there's also still the other ones that you need to do without the bucket first.
Yeah.
So basically, you redo all the endings, and the endings have changed because now you got a bucket.
Yeah, you also
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember,
2 of 6,
no
boys.
reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing
The
at all.
fact that they made
That's strange, Stanley.
another
thought.
ending
Usually
to
the
each
bucket is a
ending
source of
just
guidance
because
and
you're holding a
wisdom for
bucket.
me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
Where's
Who
my
knows what
bucket?
sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be?
I'm coming
He
for
rushed
you,
forward from
bucket.
room to
I will
room,
save
passing by
you.
one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Plot twist.
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Wow. That was deep.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
If I have a bucket on my head, that's going to be great.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
You know what? The developer
Right away,
probably just
she
had a
knew what the
random
problem
3D model
was.
of a bucket.
This man
And he's like,
had
you know
no
what? I'm just
bucket.
going to incorporate this.
Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total
It's
clarity
so
on
great and
everything.
so stupid
Heck,
at the
yes,
same
she
time.
thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
This fucking game.
My life kicks ass. I gotta go for the night, guys. Thanks.
The meeting
I don't know
room.
if I
Yes,
can
that's where everyone
do
would be.
every single
Stanley just
ending
needed to
again.
get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
What the new comes out.
Have fun, guys. See ya.
See ya.
Have a good night. Sorry.
Have a good night, man.
Stanley
Step
lifted the
away.
bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I feel like I missed an ending. I had to go to the bathroom and I killed a bunch of
Stanley
spiders and
clutched
shit.
the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't know if you could do a new ending. This one completely changes it to what's the collectibles.
There will be a reward for finding them all. Lies. Who are you?
There will be cake.
The cake is a lie.
If you look in black and
Oh, I didn't see that before.
shows you where the possible locations of the collectibles are.
Maybe we are the collectibles.
Yeah, I definitely did not see that slideshow.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Another miniature Stanley
was right
figurine.
next to me.
This,
3 of
you know,
6.
there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Think the elevator does anything this time?
I think it does.
Yeah, it always did something. I think he missed that one.
No, you just want me to play the music.
No, you gotta go down.
There's nothing in here.
No, there is an ending, man.
No, there isn't. You just want to hear this damn song.
No, there's an ending. It's literally called the elevator ending. You can have Jaden look it up. He's wrong. Oh man. All right, fine. It's
Jaden,
it's
look
all
up
right.
the elevator
Do your
ending.
thing. Do your thing. Do your thing. Play the game.
No, he's
You've
gonna
got
look it up.
tons more.
Bit of an elevator ending.
Elevator ending.
Yeah, I got it.
I'll do this ending a while.
I'll post it in chat, but don't access. Is Jaden? He's in Discord, right?
Not right now.
Hmm. It's a good one.
Yeah, elevator ending.
I don't know what it does with the bucket.
There is an elevator ending, but it isn't that elevator.
It's not this elevator. It's not this elevator.
But there is an elevator ending. And it was the one I was thinking of. That's one of the new endings here you have to do.
Stepping into
I
the
didn't make
manager's
it.
office, Stanley was once again
Well, this is the area with
stunned
the two
to
new
discover
endings
not an
that you can play.
indication
No,
of any
it's definitely
human
that
life.
elevator, dude.
Crushed
Read
by the weight
wiki.
of this revelation,
You
Stanley
need to
may have
go
broken
read the
down into an
wiki.
emotional dumpster fire, if not for the
I
soothing
can
presence
take
of
my
the
fine.
bucket.
until it says it's
Even
the
now,
one
in his
the
darkest
box
of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark
Oh,
clouds of
maybe it
confusion
is.
and chaos. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical
Yeah, maybe it
explanation.
is that one. You're right.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
This elevator?
No,
There's two different
the
variants,
other.
depending on whether or not you have the bucket or not.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Okay, you're right.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
So I gotta run all the way back to the keypad, just push number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
I'm underwhelmed. Is that it? No.
Looks like that's it.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Yep, he burned back up with now.
No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Is the audience gonna be here?
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3.
You're welcome,
stories
John.
of his
You're
dreams and
welcome.
hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all.
The bucket may not, but
Only
John
silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
does. John appreciates you.
Except for you're cheating at crab game. Oh wait, you're talking about the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
That looked new. Oh man.
Oh yeah, I got one of these in the microchip facility.
said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
All this just for this extra hidden elevator ending.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Remember where you came from.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over.
Yes,
He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Brilliant.
There you go, John. An ending
Thank
you haven't seen.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh my God.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Or you can get the normal variants of the free.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Have you just grown emotionally attached to the bucket now?
So, what are you saying, the broom closet? Without the bucket?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
There's the mind control facility one, which I guess you could do right now.
Almost. You almost have it? I find going in straight and back.
Stepping in.
There you go.
Hey, you still have the 2 rankings. Okay, I need to free games. Okay.
I gotta do that line shit and everything again.
Some endings are
No,
completely different.
that's different.
No.
So like maybe, but I don't know. Like,
No,
some
that's,
of them are just like dialogue changes. Some of them are just completely different.
can't believe I've been playing this game for this long.
It's so good.
It is well worth the amount of money you spend for it.
Did Jane say it's not worth the amount of money?
He said it is.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it definitely is. I was so pissed though when I bought it for, I think I bought it for Tony first, and he started playing it, and it was just that sign. I thought, oh, fuck. It literally all was just a gag. And I thought it was just updated graphics.
Oh, we're going in the pod.
He has hands!
Boop.
No.
I will always love you, Bucket.
You must go now.
There's only enough room for one of us. What the fuck? Alright, let's... Should I grab the bucket first?
Maybe.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Yeah, we should grab the bucket.
What about going to heaven with the bucket?
I don't think it changes, but you can say. Oh yeah, I forgot. The bucket is gone for one whole playthrough, and then you get a replacement bucket, which is the exact same as your with the bucket you had. But
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, now
What?
Now I'm sad.
But now, at least now you can get the broom closet.
That's weird.
No,
I can't. It's locked.
it's boarded off. You have to restart the game. Well, at least you can go get the other like free endings now.
What other endings?
You could just YouTube it
the
later
elevator
too.
ending?
Yeah, like the.
Oh, the
I mean, it's
original
not really an
elevator
ending.
ending?
Yeah, and then the mind control.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to
Well,
his
it's not even
boss's
mind control,
office.
It's, the mod room ending. Yeah, that's what it was. There's also a
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Oh, that's
Fucking narrator, dickhead.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
supposed to do something?
No, you just like, keep going up and down the elevator.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
What do you think it is? You think it's the boss's office?
It's the boss's office. No, keep getting this office. It's the boss's office.
Oh my God. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
So ridiculous.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is.
It's like they got a whole
breath of
team of
fresh
people
air
just to
in a
write
landscape of
sarcastically.
storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
He doesn't even say anything. He's just done.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley,
like Mass
it seems
Effect.
like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why
Can't believe
aren't we
I'm
given
still
time
playing
to
this.
imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. what you and I are doing right now. This is the most
You only have a
exciting
few
narrative
more,
to be developed
but
in years.
then
And
there's
it's
an
really all
epilogue.
because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning.
This
They
is quite
really
elaborate.
look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere. Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
Thanks for showing me that cool
It looks like they're
skateboard
ready
trick in
for
the
you.
parking lot.
Go get them.
Thank you, Cleveland! That was loud. That's quite the elevator story.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Placement bucket. Oh, I can't.
And
do
try
the
not to
heaven thing.
lose this one too, you dolt.
Damn. All right, what should I do now?
Sure,
Stanley clutched the
down
bucket
just
tightly
the
to his
regular,
chest
like,
and entered the
endings,
door on
but
his
I
left.
guess you can also just do. I guess you can also get them with the bucket.
There's still a lot of endings to do.
Yeah.
Specifically 2 new endings. The rest of them are just gonna be just alterations. because
So
bucket.
what's the new ending?
One of them is the monitor room ending, where you just have to go back to the monitor room.
The what room?
The monitor room is the room with all the monitors.
Is that to the right or left?
Left. Just follow the mouse and then the freedom ending.
I still gotta find 2 collectibles.
Once you do that, it forces you into an ending, so it's recommended.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh, you mean where I turn off the...
No, that's the room up ahead. But first you might
Stanley and the
need
bucket
to-
walked straight ahead through the large door that read
This way.
Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, before you get to the end.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Okay, so now it's...
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
And then eventually the game should open. It shouldn't take long.
Alright. Controlling you.
This button, and that's secret.
Back through this door.
No, the first button you push in the room, which is the lights.
This.
Yep.
What the fuck? Wow.
That's
Wow. Wowie wow.
Is this an actual ending or?
no, this is a secret. How you did it in the mechanics. Kind of like a chair, and then on the table. This is actually a glitch in the original.
But just
main
as Stanley
ending.
was about to proceed further into the mind control facility,
What
he
is
tripped
going on?
and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall.
Oh my god.
Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't
You
so
totally
bad
had
down
sex with
here,
that
a bit
bucket.
cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of
God.
kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again,
Wow.
staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. but it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
And that's
Wow.
ending. Oh wait, this is the.
What? Why is it different? What's going
Get
on?
the whiteboard ending while you're here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
First, open up 426 first, and then grab the bucket.
What?
Whiteboard ending.
Wait.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Yay. Dog. Oh wait, yeah, I forgot. Down there you can enable dog mode, which replaces your clicks with dog mode.
What? That is so stupid. That is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Is that the ending?
Yeah, this is the entirety of the whiteboard ending.
So what do I do from here?
You can just walk back and then you can get to the orange path.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
so where's
to
the
his
other
chest
secret ending?
and entered the
You
door
go
on
to
his
the
left.
And then you can, now
This
you
was
can
not
walk
the
over
correct
to
way to the meeting room, but
Because-
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
have to get
telling
in the
him
bucket?
that the
because
employee
the-
lounge was
you don't
simply
have
the place to be.
Oh, what's the secret ending?
The saying is gonna be the vent ending. You're gonna have to like pretty much crawl against a wall and like kind of like glide over. it's
And
very
here it
long,
was.
to death.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Bark every time you press E now? Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure that's forever on until
No,
we find the
never mind.
whiteboard
The
ending.
bucket was wrong. Stanley
which
took
way
the
do I
door
go?
on his left to go back to the meeting
into
room.
The room with the moving platform.
Yeah.
Oh, do I gotta jump off?
No,
You want to
said the
try
bucket.
moving over
Don't go to the meeting room.
You have to
Go
kind of
somewhere
glide
else.
against
The
wall.
cargo lift, yes.
I
Go
gotta go
there.
there.
Go to the cargo lift.
So if you see like at the the yellow black tape, if you look over to the left, there's that platform. There's platforming over there. Kind of have to like scoot towards the bro, trying to avoid falling off. If you do it right, you should be able to just walk down into it.
Right here?
Yeah.
I feel like
To
there
like
was
scoot over,
a different way Tony and I got over it.
and you should just be able to like walk into it. Yep. There
Are
you go.
you
And then that,
you
there you go. Just walk down
skipping?
there.
So I
are
can
you
go down
skipping
now.
a
Yep.
part of the game though? Like
And there you go. that's the
there's a
button. Yeah,
different
just go to
way that we got to that point.
that. This is the bucket vent ending.
Oh, what the fuck? Alright, cool. Never mind. I'm gonna shut up because this is new to me. No, we got here.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Wow.
Yeah, the Stanley Parable has bucket lore. Lore about the bucket.
Was that all the endings you wanted to show me?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Without the bucket, and then the vet ending without the bucket.
Didn't I already do this without the bucket?
No.
Then you still have to do the epilogue, but that can be a different day.
So monitor room is left.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Came this far, I might as well finish.
Probably leave the rest of them to the live stream or something.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Well, John says there's an epilogue too.
It's a little long.
You have to collect.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway.
Yeah,
Quelle
but after the
surprise.
restart, he'll eventually just do it automatically. It's the fastest way to get through it.
Wait, what did Jaden say? You can just skip past collecting the figurines?
And, he was talking about entering in the keypad.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Through here,
Mind Control Facility.
You can just skip ahead and just go straight into it.
Wait, are you
What do you mean,
carrying the
just-
bucket though?
Oh, you mean
climb up-
jump? Oh,
yeah, you
okay.
just jump over.
Do I gotta turn the lights on first?
You don't need to, I think you just need to jump over. And you'll get the ending.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job. You did it. Good job.
Sound like
yeah, Mark, like fucking South Park, right?
3, 2, 1. Good job. You made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a
You're a man now.
Now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams.
This is a banger.
Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job.
Times
you
5.
Did it. Good job, you 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 did it.
No, just keep repeating.
It said times
No.
5. Nice.
Oh my god.
Did you say there was one more?
Yeah, it was just the regular event ending. And then
How long was I sitting
all you
there?
have left is
Stanley
the
wondered to himself.
bucket.
Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
What were you saying?
So you just have to do the regular event ending, and then all you would have left be the bucket variations of every ending. You really did like the madness one.
When Stanley came to
How
a
do I
set
get there
of two
again?
open doors,
Oh, right.
he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley
straight,
took the
right?
first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following
So what happens
directions,
if you
it's
collect all the
incredible he
figurines?
wasn't fired years
It pushes
ago.
you into an ending, and I'm pretty sure you don't get all the new comps afterwards, so you need to like do it, and then you don't go on the platform.
Is this across there or down there?
Nope, it's neither. You gotta take a left and like hug the wall.
I gotta do this again?
Yep.
I swear there was a different way down there, but I mean that. Oh, okay, never mind. You're doing a different.
So we're doing
Stanley
this,
had
but
now
without the
gotten
bucket.
himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
That was it?
I like it.
So just the alternate bucket endings and the epilogue.
Well, yes, you also did. You also didn't actually truly get the broom closet ending. That's still that.
Yeah.
The only way for you to
You
get
might want
that,
to
I believe,
YouTube
is
that.
to actually just
Oh.
restart the game, or maybe.
So how do I get to the epilogue?
The epilogue requires you to restart the game a couple times. And
All of
like,
his
it seems to
co-workers
keep
were
changing.
gone.
Like, when you first
What
start
could
the
it
game,
mean?
The time,
Stanley decided to go to the
talking
meeting
you.
room. Perhaps he had
Doing that
simply
a couple
missed a
times,
memo.
and then eventually, it'll let you. But I'm pretty sure you can only do that after you get all the figurines.
Yeah.
So I gotta get
What
the
he said.
figurines.
Yeah, all the figurines, and then you can get it.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone.
Oh, shit.
Not with
So
the bucket
you're gonna
around.
keep
Stanley
going?
clutched
You're
the
gonna keep
bucket
going?
tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Oh,
But
no,
Stanley had
my
felt
ass
the
is
bucket
numb.
calling to him, telling him that the employee
Making
lounge
it 4
was
hours
simply the
to this.
place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Not this shit
Now,
again.
this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
So is that really two endings? Like, if I would have given him the bucket?
I don't
The
know.
Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
This game is too much.
Such is the ending of the Bucket Destroyer.
R.I.P. Bucket Destroyer.
Forever live on in our hearts.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Should I go up there or over there?
Over there.
Over there?
Yes.
Good, said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up
there's a
there I need
collectible
you
there.
to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this. But Stanley feared that any
Like a
path he
different way to
walked
get over
might
there.
lead to the
what I
separation
was
of
gonna
himself
say.
and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I want that collectible.
Yeah, but I
All
don't
of his
think
co-workers were
I don't
gone.
think you can
What
sneak
could
over
it
there.
mean?
Like,
Stanley decided to
was
go to the
planks
meeting
there.
room. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Where the fuck? Wait.
Yeah, the office can just randomly change up in its path. For example, you got the variant where it adds 2 more extra hallways. Like, it can just do that if it wants to.
Oh. Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon,
Figler
you'll
and
collect the last
Marines.
one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Oh, no, what do you want to do? You want to do that? Yeah, just try to get that.
I've already done all of them, haven't I?
Yeah, you can just restart and go back. Or you can just follow it there for now.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Wait. Wait, you can't.
I'm going to answer it with the bucket.
I don't think you can.
A good bucket,
Oh.
a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Hey Stanley, it's me. Just calling to let you know that you left your bucket at home.
It is
Silly. It's okay. I'm off to pick up groceries soon, so I could swing by your work and drop the bucket off at... Oh, wait a minute. This isn't your bucket. Wait, whose bucket is this? Well, if it doesn't belong to anyone else, I guess I could just, keep it. Yeah, I'd really like to hang out with this bucket for a while. Oh, sorry, what was I saying?
Just gonna fuck the
Oh,
bucket.
yeah, have a nice day at work. I'll be here at home with my bucket. Bye, Stanley.
The glitch ending is definitely if you have the bucket.
What glitch ending? This one out here?
Yeah, the one if you go off there. It's definitely if you have the bucket.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift
am I
the stock
still
of life
playing
for the
this?
common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
No.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured
What is
vaults.
this
I was
fucking
young
story?
back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless.
Wow.
You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
We got the whiteboard ending again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There you go. Okay. Continuing on. Let's go back and
The
do that one,
embrace
then
of
we
an
can
old
go and
friend.
for huge-
Oh, Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
Now.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Don't go to the meeting
cargo
room.
lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop! Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless... What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact
Do
of the
not
story
stand
is
on this side
dependent
of the
on your
fence.
understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll
Best
tell me
part of the
whether or
game.
not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
How did you not know that?
Item
that
2.
bucket?
Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a
How did you not know
bucket.
it was a bucket? How would you not know?
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
You know what? Yes. Yes, it's a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Womp womp.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
So long and just
Yes,
so
I actually
stupid.
feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Wow.
Evidence bucket. The doors are...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
else should
missed
I
it.
do?
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling
Do you know
him
where the
that
last
the employee
figurine is?
lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I would still say
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Dark room. This room isn't dark.
Definitely more towards very famous.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life
Should I
together.
answer this time?
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Bucket.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket?
When I
hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Wow. All right. I don't know if I have any more endings in me.
Not even one more.
Well, which one would it be?
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a paint? Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky
Well, I didn't
indeed.
do anything in the mind control room either.
Yeah, I guess you could do that as well.
Plus, I still have the whole epilogue. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it.
Well, I guess once you restart, you can also do the broom puzzle, I think. Well,
Yeah.
next time.
All right, John, you still there?
I am, but it seems like you muted me or something, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah,
No,
I'm
you've
still
been here the whole time. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. Been playing this thing forever.
Yeah, no, thank you. Tell Jaden thank you for showing me some endings I'd
Did you hear that?
seen.
He
That was awesome.
says thanks. You made his night. Now I can go to bed happy.
Yeah, but the epilogue is definitely worth doing.
Yeah, I'll probably just do that, like, off stream. I don't think that's another stream worthy.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I guess we'll see. Alright, I'm gonna call it. Thanks for watching.
Yep, have a good night.
See ya.